What's up, everyone? How's it going? Good day. Good evening. Why am I saying, wait, good day? I don't even know what I'm doing. Hello. Good day. Good evening. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are we doing today? How we doing? You doing good? You look good. Oh, man. It's finally, at long last, a weekend. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. This is Genshin Impact, and I haven't played Genshin Impact in a very long time. This is a game I've been meaning to get back to, but I haven't. And coincidentally, I guess the game's been waiting for me too, because the moment I get back, I'm greeted with this cutscene. So hey, here we are. Here we are. To be trying to do some stories, of course, because who doesn't like stories, right? We're gonna go do some stories, some acts, you know, and then yeah, we're gonna call it there. But yeah, let's get into it. And it looks like these two look familiar. I don't even know what.
Ah, it's Ippei and Shinojo!
Yes, so it is. Remind me who they are again.
What? You forgot already? That one is Shinojo. Back when we first arrived in Inazuma, we escorted Hiragi Chisato out of Rito with him. Remember? That's how we got out.
Oh, is that so?
Next to him is Ippei, Kujo Kamaji's servant. That day when we hung out with A, he came and told us that Kujo Kamaji had gone missing. He was really worried.
Oh, good memory.
All part of Paimon's job as your guide.
Yep.
Anyway, let's go.
Or you're
say
gonna be
hi.
emergency food. I still remember that comment at the beginning of the game.
Hi, Ippei. Hi, Shinojo. What are you guys doing here?
Oh, it's you. Thanks so much for your help last time. I was just ordering some clothes when I ran into him.
You know these two as well?
Yes, they helped me and Master Kamaji out a great deal last time. I've never had the chance to say thank you properly. What about you? How do you know them?
Also a chance encounter. Our lady had them join us as additional guards for a goods escort in order to sneak out of Rito undetected.
So we all know each other, huh? What a coincidence.
Not exactly. We've only just met. We both came here to order some clothes and got to chatting. Somehow we ended up on the topic of Master Kamaji and Lady Hiragi's relationship. Wait, it's okay to talk about that, right?
It's probably fine. They've known about it for a long time already.
Oh, yeah! Paimon remembers those two had a thing. In fact, that was why Chisato wanted us to deliver a letter.
Huh.
That's old news, though. So why has it come up now? Are they taking the next step or something?
We have reason to suspect that they'll be getting married soon.
Wow, that's great! They can finally make it official!
Of course, this is just personal speculation. They haven't announced anything, and we wouldn't dare to ask.
I was instructed to place an order for some formal wear for a big banquet. Turns out that Ippei received the exact same instructions as I did.
They're both preparing for a banquet at the same time. They're both purchasing the kind of fine wine and confectionery normally reserved for big festivals.
Lady Hiragi has been in high spirits recently, and I heard she's on a diet as well. Surely...
This is wonderful news! But,
What's wrong? Oh, don't mind me. She's about to be happily married to the love of her life. I genuinely couldn't be happier for her.
Oh, wait. Wasn't this guy... I faintly remember this quest. Was this the one where, like, this guy, he had a crush on the girl, too? Or something? I think he has a crush on her, but the girl doesn't like him. I mean, she doesn't know that he likes her, and she's going for some other dude or something? Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Right? I think so too. It's fantastic.
Yes, but we shouldn't let ourselves get overexcited. what if it's all a big misunderstanding? As things stand, we have no actual proof of a wedding. Now, if they sent me out to deliver wedding invitations, that would be a different story.
Shinoju doesn't look like he's taking this very well at all.
You seem pretty down.
Sorry, I just haven't slept well recently. I'm ashamed to be so out of sorts at work. I'm not living up to my responsibilities, either to the Kanjo Commission or to my lady.
Are you worried about their wedding?
Not exactly, it's just everything feels kind of up in the air until they make it official.
I get what you mean, I really do. We need this wedding to be set in stone before the celebrations can really begin.
Dude, don't get what he means at all.
What should we do? Should we just straight up ask them?
I don't know, that seems a bit rude.
Well, since this is a wedding between two commissions, the Yashiro Commission oversees wedding ceremonies. They'll know something for sure.
Right! If Ayaka knows about it, that means it's a sure thing.
I don't think it's a good idea to bother the Yashiro Commission about this.
Oh, hush, buddy.
It's fine. He and Ayaka are practically best
No problem
buds.
for me.
There's nothing to worry about.
I see. Then thank you. Thank you very much. Having a definite answer will stop my thoughts from running wild.
Let's go to the Kamisato estate.
Kamisato Estate. So this does appear to be a story quest, question mark? Let me go check. How do I... Wasn't it J to open the quest? Okay. I think this is a story quest, no? Let me see. Yep, it is a story quest. Okay. I'm gonna hold off on that, actually. I think I should probably do the Archon quest for now. Because these Archon quests, they give a lot of adventure XP. Which, speaking of, I have not been keeping up on that. By the way, if anyone wants to add me, you know what? I'm gonna go add something here so you can. Wait, I think it actually shows on the screen, no?
The world remains
I'm
constant
blocking
over
it.
the centuries. But human life is
I'm
like the
blocking
dew
it.
at dawn,
Okay.
or a bubble rising through water.
Hang on.
Transitory.
Let me just I'll go over here so you guys can see. But that is my UID if anyone wants to add me. Feel free to do so. I'm not one of those people who's like, no, please don't bombard me with ad. No, you can add me, it's no problem. If you want, you can come plunder my world like some people like to do, apparently. That seems to be the meta around here. Plundering people's worlds for their goods, for their items. And that is A-okay with me. You can add me. Let me see here. Oh, I should probably... Let me adjust this a tad. I think this is a little bit too loud. I think
All
that's
the world
good.
holds dear is but a backdrop of
Just a little
constant
bit more.
motion.
Okay, here we go.
I
I
stand before
think
it,
that this
alone
is
and
about
unchanging.
perfect. Okay. I'm kind of feeling out the audio a little bit. So let me know if it's too loud. But let's see here. Okay, now what am I doing here? What am I doing? I'm gonna do this. I'd like to buy a few things. Yes, sir. Let me buy a few things. Because... Oh, they don't have anything. That's crazy. The reason why I'm curious what they got is because I actually do play with the Traveler. And I haven't been taking care of him at all. I just want you guys to know I have not been taking care of him. Because the last time I played, right, I was super enthusiastic about getting the other characters up because I was told beforehand that, like, the Traveler is not good. And I mean, it's understandable that he's not good, but I kind of feel like I want to have the Traveler in the party. Because, like, one of my pet peeves, right, for this game is the mere fact that like every time you do like an interaction, the traveler pops up, and I'm like, where did he come from? Where did he come from? Where did he go? You can finish the rest of that. But where did he go? So I'm going to be having him in the party. He will be here to fight with us. And for now, I think we're going to hold on to Venti. But when there is like a fight going on, I will switch him out for... Where's my guy? Where's my guy? I'm going to be using Chevrolet. Where'd she go? I'm so blind. Why does this always happen to streamers, man? I swear. Every time, we're blind when it comes to, you know, finding stuff. I will be using Chevrolet. Now I'm going to put her in, actually. I'm going to use that. There we go. And let me go ahead and do the quest. I think the Archon quest is actually... Where is it? I'm pretty sure it's in Fontaine. Because the last time I was playing, I went all the way to Fontaine. So, it's time to get down to business. Let's go. Teleport. Okay, now I'm pretty sure it's J. Okay, yes, it is J. It is J. I don't know why well, whatever, I guess. Anyways, a sudden accident occurs at the scene of the magic show and chosen audience member. Oh, this is that one thing, right? The detective thing. I need to do that. Okay. And I am nowhere near where I need to be. What's up, Leaf? Ah, such fine weather. You think so too, don't you? What are you doing? I shan't bother you further then. What are you doing? Oh, I'm patrolling, enjoying the weather as I do. Whether rain or shine, it's a good day for a melusine. Could you tell me more about melusines? Actually, don't. Please don't. You'd like to know more about us? Well, we are born of flesh and blood of the giant beast Elenus. Don't be shocked by that. Elenus is a great mother who taught us children how to survive in this world. Later, however, Elenus ceased speaking, and so we asked Monsieur Nouvelette to take us to the court of Fontaine to live. And that's how I came to be. Patrolling this place is my uniform. We've had a lot of help. We're a fortunate race, I think. Yes, about this uniform. We work with human beings to protect Fontaine. Such is the mission entrusted by us by Monsieur Nouvelette. Even though Monsieur Nouvelette has been kind to us, we were only able to join Marchuse Phantom. What the hell? After going through some training and tests, like humans. I guess this is fairness that people at the Paladin's keep talking about. Goodness gracious. Oh, I got a guide of equity? Wait, they give items? Yo, I didn't know if you talk to people you get items. What the hell? Yeah, back in the day, guys, I was really bad. I was rushing through everything, man. I did not even bother to do anything. God damn it, man. Was that like an update? I swear that's not a thing. You get items? Scrolls from talking? Yo, that's crazy. Okay. Anyways, I need to go participate in the trial. Let's go. Let's go. Lazarine. Afe. Let's go. Alright. Trevor, get out here. This is your mission. You gotta do this. Only you can prevent forest fires or something like that. Oh yes, hello for day.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
Oh my goodness, Paimon, what are you wearing? I love the outfit though. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the mustache and the glasses. Sherlock. I mean, Hylock, man. I do have some thoughts, but let's take things step by step, huh?
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Oh, Farina.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
It's taken 2 months. No, it's taken about a year, and I haven't gone any further on it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
Chotomate.
But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you. He said basically the same thing as
Since
me, okay?
both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session.
Oh, Nouvelette.
Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
They have? When Creo reveals the details of the magic trick, everyone in
Thank
the
you,
audience
Mr.
is stunned.
In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
No way!
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
Ow, you tell him! Wait, what is she telling him? I
That
don't
is
know.
simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Oh.
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
How could Nene not know about the sound?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Oh my.
Scales. Could those mean...
I think they represent the ostriches, the oratrice. Oh. I think they may probably represent the oratrice's stand on trial.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye.
Oh, that laugh.
Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
Dun dun
The
dun!
House of the Hearth?
You mean, dear Fatui?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Oh, it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Oh my,
That's
you're a
irrelevant.
cheese.
Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good
She's
thing
trying
I
to
made
impress
all those
us.
Preparations.
Oh, fascinating.
Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Lene and Lynette. You're Fatui, eh?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Well, there's no doubt about a magician's ability to con others. Given how Lene has concealed his identity, this could have been set up beforehand. Plus, Child is in here at the Fontaine along with the house's operatives. There must be some scheme at work here. I mean, I've been a victim of such schemes before, and now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
Uh-oh.
I knew it!
The scales of justice are plummeting.
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
I think our goose is cooked, but perhaps to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
Permission. My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be discussed.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your
Yes,
request is reasonable,
order.
and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Oh, two can laugh like that. Guys, you guys gotta laugh too. Come on, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. What? Oh, I didn't get to read that. Damn it! My laugh of victory or a defeat just ruined my chance.
This is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys.
I don't think all Fatui are bad guys, are they? I mean, Child isn't that
Not
bad.
to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's
From
really
what I
bad.
remember, at least.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you
Yes?
clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends.
Hmm?
That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
Okay. But how can we know that this isn't another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
I mean, you still need to explain the other issue first. Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
And so, what did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But, why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
Prophesized crisis. I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I think I remember from back in the day when I did play this, that they said something about a crisis where the land of Fontaine would be submerged in water. If I think I'm right. I'm not sure. If that's what they're talking about, then I guess they're trying to figure out, like, what they need to do in order to save everybody? Question mark? I don't know. Low-key, I kind of really want to replay the game from start to finish, because I'm telling you, back in the day, ever since, like, that first video I did, when I grinded through this game, I didn't play it to, like, listen to the story. I was just grinding hardcore because I got characters in this game, and so some of the characters that I got, I couldn't upgrade them, and so I had to get my areas unlocked, guys. I had to get them unlocked, and I didn't even bother to, like, listen to the story. I didn't bother to smell the flowers, man, and I kind of it's a little sad. It's a little sad, but hey. It's okay.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I will defend you from these charges. I believe that judgment will be dispensed as it should.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Actually, I think we already have the key and the evidence that we need.
Huh?
You see, the adjournment's almost over. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
A statement. Linné claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Oratrice's core upon entering the tunnel and did not witness the crime taking place and thus did not hear the thud. Yes. The voice in the Oratrice's core chamber. Linné claims to have heard a mysterious voice within the core chamber that houses the Oratrice's core, within the Opera House's structural grounds. Oh, this is gonna be oh so fascinating. It looks like I'm gonna need to remember this, otherwise I'm gonna fail the trial. Man, I'm playing Ace Attorney, aren't I? You know, speaking of Ace Attorney, I haven't seen that game before. What is Ace Attorney? I know it has like this guy, he has like the Yujiro airline.
Both parties have returned to their positions.
Oh, never mind.
Let us continue the trial.
Yes, let's continue the trial.
Mr. Linné acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention, at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linné's perspective.
Based on the opposition account of the events, you can identify loopholes in their statement. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions in fact. Replace them with new inferences. Your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. Your treats will display such shifts clearly. When you find and refute incorrect content, complete the cycle and the refutation and unveil the truth. Now, let the argument begin. Linné.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
Yes, he did.
The flatbed trolley passed. He opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linné red-handed. So Linné proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linné passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Oh, quite the speculation.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linné experienced, and what he saw.
All right. Identify loopholes. Let me see. Interests. Nexus to the Opera House. Did not witness the crime taking place and this did not hear the thud. What are these? During the switching performance, there was an audible thud that many of the audience members heard. The clothes that belonged to Halsey. And he must have been very confused when he saw them. Then he claims to have heard the mysterious sound within the chamber at the Oratrice's core. Yes, no one left the Opera House during the magic show, after the incident happened. Evidence to refute when they entered the tunnel. What about this? Linné attack Halsey. This is not an attack. Cute.
Seems this...
That was not it. Okay. Then they kidnap Halsey. Identify loopholes. Identify loopholes. Are these open already? Okay, they do not stay open. Green sound?
Seems...
No? Oh, I do not know how this works at all. I'm curious to like see. That does not work either. Okay. I'm kind of brute forcing here in a way, but like I'm not sure like how they're trying to refute things here. It doesn't make sense. An A statement. That doesn't seem to work either. And they attack Halsey. Kidnap Halsey. Knocked him out. In an on-stage incident. As the countdown began? Entrances and exits to a hospital house. No? Fascinating. Mysterious voice. I know that he went down there in order to go investigate the Ortiz, but at the same time, though, what? Okay. I guess I'm just gonna kind of figure it out. No? Not that either? Well, this... That doesn't even go there either. What the hell? This doesn't make any sense. When they attack Halsey. Halsey's fight. An A statement?
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Oh, guess I got that. Then they kidnapped Halsey. No, he certainly didn't do that. On-stage accident. Knocked him out. Into the tunnel. Okay. Was he really in the tunnel that time? Entrances and exits to the tunnel. Only those who had their interviews covered or the guards could leave. No?
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Yes. We are getting down to the wire. Okay. And so, did not witness the crime taking place in Dust to Dud. No. But it can't be that. It can't be. Wait, the young lady's clothes.
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
Ace Detective Paimon.
When the countdown
Yes,
started,
my partner.
indeed
Go get
into
him.
the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately.
Yes, what she said.
The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Oh. That's right. Success for refutation. Let's go. What did he say in Ace Attorney? I don't even know, man. I'm telling you, I've never seen that game before. What's the catchphrase? That's wrong? I think it's that's wrong. Yeah.
Wasn't it? In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right.
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
You see, the onstage equipment was cruelly tampered with in a premeditated fashion. However, you say that Cowell bumped into Linné by chance.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
they have a point.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around. Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Well, do you have to remember how you refuted Linné's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has also become a critical clue. You see, this is the part where I choose and I mess it all up. Okay, let me see. Which evidence Linné wasn't present in tunnel take place? I do not know. Okay, let me check. Special role? No? Okay. Deceased identity. Okay. What are all these? Okay, so I think these are evidence. Goodness, man, I do not know because I have not played this in a while. I think this is a mechanic. Okay, so deceased identity. What evidence is there that Linné wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? Okay. Opera House Switcheroo case record. Huh. Does that tell me what it is? I don't think so. Okay. Also, he's missing person. She is a famous painter and came to watch the magic show. Okay. Trained sound during the magic show. No. Body inside magic box structure. 2 layers. A magic trick. Tunnel vent? Irrelevant. Irrelevant. So it's only from these 4. And also, those are all irrelevant actually. So it has to be one of these 3. Fascinating.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Huh? That's right! Linné wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linné had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linné who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The true murderer was. But the gear icons send direct to corresponding case and answer the gears to gaps. Once you have answered all the questions correctly, you can complete the logic chain. The guard's investigation report indicates that the fireworks released at the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope, suspending the water tank above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kick Cowell into the box below. If Linné is no longer under suspicion, only the members of the troupe would have been able to tamper with the props. Linné gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using the box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across by a tunnel underneath, and Linné himself would also use the tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Linné and her assistant will take charge of the onstage interactions. The clothes belonging to Halsey, lady that went missing. They were found in a tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. Got the clue. What is this? Who has possibly committed the crime?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Hypothesis correct.
Huh? That can't be right. The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting!
Oh, hello.
Let's hear
Kirito
your
Gamer.
reasoning then.
Oh my. Kirito, are you the Kirito with the dual swords? It's an honor. It's an honor to meet thee. Welcome in, welcome in. What did she say? I wasn't listening. I was too distracted by the dual swords. Is that actually a dual sword in the... Oh, that's actually just Kirito. Ah. I like how on like YouTube, it shows like the picture. That's pretty cool. I like that.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Yes, the perpetrated victim. Oh, goodness. Not this again. How can we envisage, is that the word? Envisage Linny as having been unable to interfere with the crime. Let me see.
No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Yes.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well.
So, envisage winning as having been unable to interfere with the crime.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
So, he wasn't in the tunnel. That's obvious.
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract it. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that.
Who is the prime suspect on?
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Where did the missing Halsey go?
No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take? The sound we heard may have come from a
Where did he go?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lynn. The sound we heard may have come from a
No? Oh, these two are incorrect. I guess I only have this one.
Clothing was in the tunnel.
Altercation in
So
a
there
tunnel.
must. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must. No one entered or left the
No? The last one has to do with the dress.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Incorrect. What was that?
It would have been tough for both people.
Criminal must have understood the methods behind the lineage trick, and there must have been a position that they could easily modify the equipment. Leaving aside how they died, Cal had meant to a means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could have likely been the sound of Cal and Halsey struggling. Lene was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given a chance for Cowell to bring Halsey out of the magic box where the audience stands. According to the guard's testimony, no one has entered or left the opera house, so if he had taken her, there must be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would mean that they have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would be discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Yes. The question is, where in the world did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Magic, huh? Escaping from the water tank. Wait, would it have been the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
The water.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on just a second.
Minnie was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Yes, indeed. This is the new one.
The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
The water. Hypothesis correct.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
It all makes sense. The Great Calamity.
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
Alright, I request that we examine Cowell's personal effects. We might find something there.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, Please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
After some time, a guardian...
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
That's what I was saying. It has to be like that calamity that's supposed to be coming up. With like the city being buried in water. Or, I mean, sunk in water. Drowned in water, yes, that's
can
probably.
become water. Does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
Oh my.
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Water from the primordial sea. While the liquid of the guards found in the Cowell's luggage seems to have the ability to dissolve Fontanians into water. So, who is the prime suspect? Well, it's Cowell.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
What item did he use to control the dissolution? That's a good question.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank.
Used to control the timing, huh?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Is it this, maybe? Yeah, what item did the culprit use to dissolve Halsey?
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
Yes, the water. What did the culprit use to hide the mechanism behind the crime?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to... Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
I have no idea, man. Let's see. Okay, so the hook is not involved. Okay. No hook. The culprit used to control the timing of the dissolution.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage.
No. Is it? Is it? I don't know what you mean by timing. Just like the act of... Okay, so this has to be the rope.
The rope that held the water tank up.
Oh.
And now it seems like the hook...
Okay, hypothesis complete? Question mark? I'm getting confused. It's like, I don't know. Sometimes it's like you can't, you know, use the answers and they keep giving you wrong even though there's no answer. I don't know, man. Ugh.
In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Yes, the scales are balanced.
What do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
The what now?
What? That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you.
Hey, that's what I said to you earlier. Your clue will be ye downfall or something like that. But you, well, I like this girl. She's pretty good.
Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
All right, Marina versus
Linny
Friere.
did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Linny?
Oh my.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here.
But we can. With the power of friendship. That's how it always works, right?
Is
I don't
this
know.
the end of the road?
Oh, the scales have been tipped fully.
Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Oh, why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale.
Oh my god.
Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linney, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
Yeah, what is she saying? I don't know.
No offense, miss, but
Well, she
miracles
sounds
like
hot
that
and
are
knowledgeable.
beyond my
That's all I'm
scope as a
gonna say.
magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
Ooh. Dun dun dun!
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt.
Oh, Lillian. You know that name. You guys have seen my other playthroughs of other games. Lillian? Whenever there's a Lillian involved, it's always horrible, man. I'm telling you, there's something going wrong that's... Ugh. If your name's Lillian, I feel bad. Because this every time, in every game, Lillian is a culprit. A villain. But yeah, okay.
I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey! No wonder you look familiar! So you were the thief! Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled!
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
Well, if they're a practice hand at concealment, probably. Professional thief can make it work, for sure.
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Yep, Now it's time to refute the Hydra Archon's previous reasoning.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Alright. Final battle. I mean, I'm assuming it's a final battle. Alright, Nay into the tunnel. Yes. Search for evidence to refute Lene entered the tunnel. Okay. What do we got? The dropped hook has fallen on the ground. Metal hook has been used to enter the road to pop the magic balloon box. Okay. The device is used during Lenny's magic performance to hide a lucky member in the audience. However, guards have confirmed that they generate the exact same number no matter what. Okay. Switching performance, there's audible thump. Broken flower base, judging by its distance, seems unlikely that it was knocked over by the trolley transport from the magic box in the young lady's clothes. Okay. Random number selector, I think. Nope.
Seems this won't produce a part.
It's so strange how this works, man. I maybe it's because I haven't played Ace Attorney. I don't know, man. All right, dropped hook rope. No, also dissolved. Young lady's clothes. Oh. Broken flower vase. I have no idea. What hook? Green sound.
The
Yes.
strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Fighting between Lene and Caldwell as Halsey appeared completely unharmed before our eyes. Conjecture, fight did indeed break out in a tunnel. Broken flower base? No, that's this, isn't it? Push down to make things seem like an accident. And it's the flower base. Oh? This is so strange. Oh? Well, it's none of these then. Yeah, why is it like that? I don't understand. It's like there's 5, right? There's 5 modules. It should be one of these applied to each one, but it's not the case. It means that there's a piece of evidence that I don't have and I'm not supposed to have. Why do they give me the option to go look at this one? It doesn't make any sense. I did. Okay. Whatever, man. Game logic, man. Game logic. Okay. Knocked out Cowell.
Lillian.
Fighting between Lene and Caldwell. And the number selector. Broken face.
The
Glass.
flower vase was not broken
Okay.
to cover anything up.
Wow. I was only. I'm going to rip my. Okay, no, I'm not. Push through.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So, hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Okay. Successful refutation. Nice. And that should be the final one, question mark. I always hope so. Is that driving me batty?
And if she tried to leave afterward, so she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
Well, actually, she's been trapped in the box for about a year, and this trial's been going on for a year, because I haven't played the game in about a year. So, yeah, technically, it's been a year.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
She sounds very unenthusiastic. Kind of like me after waiting an entire year and having to answer questions that don't even... I don't understand. I still don't understand. Why is that like an option? It's a 5-thing wheel. There are 5 evidence pieces. And only 3 of the pieces of the thing need to be done. Why do they have the... Is that a part of Ace Attorney? I don't know, man. I don't have the prior experience. So I guess I'm cooked in that regard, right? I don't know.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now?
Oh, you're giving up already?
No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow, look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Okay. Sign the seats. Although we can assume that we're gonna win because, you know, our friendship and stuff.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Let's go. Hey, don't take all the credit for yourself.
Great work, partners.
I swear, emergency food nowadays, guys.
Thank you
Crazy.
all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Oh.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
Coupon Town, huh?
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
He turned into water.
And now he can no longer talk.
What the hell?
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
Oh, give it to the bad guys to rain on our parade. I had a feeling because, like, why would... If they have that ability to use that on Fontanians, and they know that this guy could possibly blab about the plan, wouldn't you deal with him somehow? But how did they do it, though? Is it like an internal thing? You just have it inside. You have like a ticking bomb inside of you. But at the same time, he didn't know that he had it, did he?
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
However, nothing is found from the scene apart from the liquid behind where Vaughn dissolved. Oh. I wonder how that works.
We're just going back now?
Well, I mean, the problem has been solved for now. We're not needed here anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Oh, why my ...
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me.
Oh, no, I want to speak to him. I don't know what a traveler, though.
Still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just wanted to make sure that no one was falsely accused. I just wanted to be sure that we're square.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Oh, I know about the Knave.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
So villains then. But what happened after that?
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
Yep. I don't know what's up with the nobles, the rich, or whatever you want to call them, but every time I hear the word nobles, man, they are the most slimiest bastards around, man. I don't understand. Why do you get like your kicks from like messing with like the weak? You know, there's a term that I've heard around here, and I hear it quite often around. You know, it's called noblesse oblige. You help those who are weaker than you, and yet for them, it's just fun. I don't understand that. How is messing with other people fun? That's a fascinating concept. I mean, me being a demon and all, you would assume that like I'm with it and all, but I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. You could be doing worse things, but this is your type of fun? My God, man, I can't. Well, that's all in the past, though. The knave is after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis's power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the knave, has their roots in Fontaine. And we will always defend our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
Well, I'm sorry, but in the end, I still can't completely trust you.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
I understand. Very well then.
Bye, Linny.
I know we have like our differences with the Fatui Harbingers, but at the end of the day, I don't think all Fatui are bad. Because like, I mean, Child's pretty chill, right? I don't know. He seems pretty chill. And those two, just by looking at them, I can sense that they aren't all that bad. It's just like the vibe check, you know? I feel like they're not very bad. I feel like they're like pretty cool, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm the fool, maybe I'm the fool, but my instinct usually doesn't get me wrong most of the time. And I feel like they're good.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well...
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only trying to defend Linny. I wasn't necessarily looking into a serial disappearance case.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah. I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
Who's she referring to?
It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Well, sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh?
Oh, of course.
Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Well, if you say so, let's go have that meal then.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
Ah, prelude. The chapter. Oh my goodness. That is finally done. Though I don't think it's completely done though, because that didn't solve the case in the... Wait, it did solve the case, because we proved that the Oratrice get their judgment, and judgment was not guilty. That's it, right? Unless there's still the matter of like the serial killing cases, question mark, that's been cold for so long. We are going to solve that, I assume. Somehow, I feel like we're going to get our arm twisted and we're going to be like, oh yeah, let's go solve that case. And it's like, yeah, we could, but I mean, I'd like to do some fighting, please. I'd like some fighting. Isn't that what everyone comes to these games for? You want to just fight. You want to hack and slash. All right, here, I'm going to do a little hack and slash. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Take this!
Yeah. Oh, by the way, if anyone's curious, I didn't get to show you how many characters I got. These are all my characters. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, yes. Look at that. Oh, yeah. So we have my main, the Raiden Shogun. Yes. This has been my favorite character in the entire game. I always wanted to get this character, and I have it, and it is at C2. And I hear, oh, never mind. Never mind, it's at C4. I thought it was at C2, but no, it's at C4 apparently. Man, it's been a year, guys. It's been a year. It's been a year, and I don't remember what I have. But yeah, the Shogunate is at C4. Let's go. Let's go. And we also have Nahida, and I believe she's at C0 as well. C0. I don't plan on... if I get lucky with the spawn, I mean, why not? But I mean, I don't think I will anytime soon. But we also have that. We have Nouvelette as well, and I assume that he is also at C0. Yeah, he is. And Arlecchino, or the Knave, as I heard. I have her as well. Look at this. I love her fighting style, by the way. It's so cool. It's so cool. This is the coolest character in the entire game to me, honestly. And then we have the Hu Tao as well. And moving further down below, you already know I have Farina, if you see my short. Yep, we got Farina. And we got Wrightsley. We got the Haya. And the thing about her, though, I feel kind of bad. I mean, she's a 5-star and she looks so good. And I really like her, but I feel like it's very underwhelming. It's very underwhelming. But hey, maybe one day I'll build her. Maybe one day. And as for the rest of the 5 stars, we have Jean. Look at those dice. She's got the thunder dice, man. Oh. We have Chi-Chi. Kiki? Yeah. The zombie girl? Yeah. I mean, is she the zombie girl? I think she's a zombie, right? Or she's like, the only thing keeping her alive is like talisman, right? Or something. I wish I had Baiju, though. But I do not have him. How sad. Dainari. Ah, yes, that guy who threw smoke in my face for some reason. And then we have Mona, and lastly, Luke. This guy, I thought he was pretty cool. At the start of the game, like this guy, he was a badass to me. And I'm happy I have him. And, well, we have the rest of the characters here. You can kind of look along here to see the other guys. But yeah, we are pretty well off. I need to, one of these days, start working on like leveling them up, because I have not at all. But, yeah, this is the crew. This is the crew. And I have Linne. So yes, welcome aboard. But I do not have Linny. I don't think. What does Linny look like again? Oh, wait, he has the hat. He's a 5-star, though, I think. Yeah, he's a 5-star. Let's continue. Let's continue. I'm not ready to end it just yet. Where's the lift? Oh, my God. Chop, chop, bro. Chop, chop. Oh, the lift is here. Okay, good. Get on. What floor do I get off on? The Navia line. Am I going the right way? Wait, I think... Isn't there like a way you can... How do you do it? I'm pretty sure you can see like the path forward, right? How do you do it? Ah, what's the hotkey? I gotta find out what it is. What is the hotkey? I'm pretty sure there's a button you press in order to like show like the line, like where you need to go. Left shift, left control. No. X space hold Z. Show objective for this phase. V. Is it hold V? I think it's hold V. Alright, V. I mean V. Oh, there we go. I gotta go down? Lemon line. Let's go. Am I there? I am not there. Okay. Station main hall? I was just there, wasn't I? Oh my god. No, I'm going too low. Am I going too low? No. Wait, this is the way. This is the way. Okay. Can I break this? It looks like I can break it. Alright. Oh, where'd my thing go? Yeah. Okay, let's go. Gotta love this adventure line, man. If I didn't have this, we'd be cooked. need to be cooked. I am horrible at directions. Don't kill the bird. Resisting my urge. The last time in Wu-Tang Waves when I killed a rabbit, man, I got my head bitten off by somebody. Said, how could you, man? The rabbit. The poor rabbit, man. I swear, just like you guys. You see a rabbit die, you just go, oh my god, end of the world. But if I die, no one cares. No one cares. And in fact, they like it when I die. That's crazy. It's crazy. Alright, let me get this.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
Man, that looks like garlic bread. Man, who doesn't like garlic bread? Ah, man, I want some garlic bread now. Actually, technically, I could make some. Yeah, I'm gonna make some garlic bread after this. Oh man, garlic bread. That sounds really good. And what is that? Is that like a chowder or something? Ah, yeah. Man, this is like something in like games that I kind of like. Sometimes in games, they make food that actually looks good, and this game, man, they've really hit the mark. They really hit the mark on this one. I will do. This food looks so good, except for that chicken bone over there. It looks kind of dry. Is that like a lasagna right there or something?
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Well, it's certainly worth celebrating, and it's a pleasure working with you.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Yeah, that does sound pretty crazy.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
Well, we wanted to ask the Hydra Archon for some information, but we haven't had much of an opportunity to do so.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I mean, I thought she was trying to save face.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play, don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
Conceal ourselves under the bed? Huh? That's very interesting. And for one, also, him being in a woman's bedroom. You already know what happens whenever a man is in a woman's bedroom. And under the bed, no less? What the hell? What kind of skeletons does she have underneath her bed? Philosophically, of course.
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Yeah, and they also know to be called a baka, or whatever they say nowadays in, the anime.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
How can you overlook something like that?
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
I mean, it's worth a try, but someone with her personality really feels shame.
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? Strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Fanta? Oh yes, give me the Fanta.
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't
I'll tell you what though, strawberry
attention, and
Fanta
the
are
cup
pretty good,
was right
man.
next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Oh, okay, that's not the Fanta. My drink also tasted that way too.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
I mean, I'm rich on the, what's it called? On the Mora, honestly, so it's not very much of a problem for me.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
You could try walking, I mean, you could try floating a little lower,
Can't you see Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
Okay. As for
I
expenses,
don't think I've ever
this
seen,
month,
what's her name walk.
with...
Has Paimon ever walked before? I don't think she's ever walked. She's only been flying.
Hey, Navia!
You want a piggyback ride? Your little girl?
Oh, Nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Oh, that seems a pretty pricey meal, all thanks to Paimon. That also seems pretty tough for her.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you at... See ya!
Oh my god. That is finally. As light falls without reason, Act 2. Oh my god. You know, this is taking 2 hours, man, just to get through a bunch of yapping. It's a pretty good story, though, I gotta say. I'm quite invested. I've been silent the whole time, which is usually not my thing. Like these games, I'm usually able to, like, really commentate a lot, but this has been... Oh! What is this, by the way? That electricity selected determine the challenge and the reward attributes. A gift. There's the institute. What is this? It costs 40 essence though to do. I don't know what that is. Okay, I'm not gonna do that yet, actually. But I will go check out what this is real quick, and then we'll see what we do. We'll see what we do. I do still need to... I'd like to go fight at least one thing today, please. I'd like to fight one thing, please. Before we call it. Good grief, man. See, this is why I didn't continue recording the game, because it would have been forever, man.
Looks like that
To
boat
go
we
over all
took to
this.
Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Why, yes, and it's clearer than it was the other day.
Ugh, that's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache. Vache.
Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water.
Strong emotions, getting a little blurry.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right? Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
An oceanid. Where is this?
Vache. Are you... my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not.
I'm... Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human.
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who has lost their form.
Yeah, I've seen that before. I remember that, like, in Liyue, they had, like, a event. It was like a... What was it? It was a poem sharing event. And I remember that there was an oceanid there. And the oceanid, it had, like, a human form. So when I see these things, I know that they have, like, a form. But they lose it at a certain time, though. Right? I don't know.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Light blue water. That be...
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
So you need me to find him then?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it will be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
Now that means Vache. Was he a witness to the fact that you dissolved?
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
It seems that after the body is dissolved, some measure of consciousness still remains, huh?
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Is that Paimon? Oh, right. I wonder how much time has passed in reality.
Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
What's going on?
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
I've seen that girl. He's quite strong.
Quick, now's our chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, Demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Chlorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
That old timer's pretty fast, huh?
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
Is there really a point in saying that? You know, always know, whenever someone says, don't be rash, you know what the people do? They go be rash. Yeah. You know, Sword Art Online is testament to that, by the way. Kirito. I always tell him don't go solo, and he still does it anyway.
No matter what, we will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clarand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
What just happened?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clarand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, Paimon, you're a fighter now, are you? Wow, you've taken a step above becoming emergency food, eh?
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Yeah, what do you mean by that? I mean, I thought it tasted strange as well, but I couldn't be sure.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Oh.
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
She would have been... Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. She would have been dissolved. Yeah. That's crazy.
Really?
Which way, Paimon? Neither of us are from Fontaine. Otherwise, we'd have been.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, But whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But that makes me wonder too, though. If it can just be digested as like a water, right? Or like a drink. Because they made it into a drink and they almost, made her drink it. Can it also be put into food as well? I don't know. They don't overthink things. Let's get over it.
Why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too. But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
Well, according to Lene, the ability to hear voices like that has nothing to do with one's sensitivity to the Hydra element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to Hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
Looks like I also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain. Fontaine. Yes, the voice in the fountain belonged to one missing woman, and a person named Vache was also a witness when she was dissolved.
Oh, that is important.
You tell everyone about what happened.
Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater.
If he's still alive,
Been threatened?
we should try searching for him, huh?
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
All right, partner. By we, you mean us too.
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Messing with us will surely cost them. This will prove to be their biggest mistake yet.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
Yes, and that makeup too. You are the makeup from Rosula as well.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
I knew it. We gotta continue this? Wow. Yep, I knew it. Somehow, some way, we get knocked back into this nonsense with the case and stuff, man. At the end of the day, we are back to it. Now, what I am curious about, is like, how much more of this is there? I'm assuming it's gonna go on for a lot more farther. Okay. Let's just go over then. Where's the map? Okay, let's teleport. Is this on the ground floor though? I don't know how to tell. Like, I think it's on the ground floor. Yeah, it's on the ground floor. I want to have the conversation with Farina at least once today. I don't think we're gonna make it though. I don't know what the story is, so yeah. Hopefully, because like at the end of the chapter, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna have like our way to like have that conversation."
It's right up ahead.
I want to at least
Let's
encounter
make
that.
sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler.
Huh? What is she down here? Porte Fontaine. Ouvre de Cochère. Alright. Alright. Which way's the way? It's this way? Wait, I gotta do the V. Okay, yeah, there we go. I swear, this line, so convenient, man. So convenient. Without this line, I'd be lost. I need a line in my life. Kind of like a GPS. So good. I'm sure one of the days, society is going to move forward to where you get like a visor or something, where you can see like where you want to go. So like, I don't know, you're driving down a highway or something. You just have like a line that's like on the road. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, you already have self-driving cars, so I mean, hey, it's on the way, right? This is one movie though I saw a long time ago that was pretty good. It's called Total Recall. That show, that movie, oh man, that was so good. I hope that, you know, society moves in that direction. That show, that movie. If you've ever seen it, Total Recall, man. I think that came out like 20-something, right? Well, obviously it came out in 20-something. But I think it's, I don't know, 2015 or something, that movie.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Well, thank you. I mean, so much for my expectations.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After
Yeah?
all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
I mean, it does seem quite odd. Give me clues as to why.
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in. But I haven't, however. I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
seeking the truth for the sake of her family. You know, we're quite alike in this regard.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful.
And there we go.
Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh! Her?
Is that why she actually hates him, by the way?
Isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
No wonder the move was a little strange between the two of you.
Yeah. That's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
And that indicates he really did intend to die in that duel.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
It's alright. I understand how important this is to you.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Rest in your room. Mr. Silver,
whether
what's
it be
up?
responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
Oh, I believe in you. You know, in Wuthering Waves, there's a person that looks kind of like you. I forgot their name, by the way, but still. Looks like he carries a top hat just like that and has the same color hair. I don't know who that guy's name is, but he's pretty cool, I gotta say. He has like a pillar ability or something.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vacher.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
No, brother. There's something she's not telling me. What is up with that Monsieur Neuvillette? I've had him on my party a couple times, but still, I don't know what the deal is. Alright, it's TP. Teleport. How do I get up to the top? Oh, I gotta go through that thing, don't I? Okay, let's go.
The Palais is right up ahead.
Oh, never mind. Well, this is easy. I thought I had to go through the teleport, whatever it's called, the elevator. Oh, yeah. I just go through the door. Lucky. Lucky me. Lucky me. I wish that, you know, in a way, I kind of wish that they just teleport you to and from, like, every location. That'd be so nice. I mean, I'm already going through, like, a million cutscenes, so why not, man? Just teleport me there, man. Just do me the favor. Do me that favor, please.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Neuvillette's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
Oh.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Something tells me we're not supposed to be here. But I mean, hey, if it moves the story along, why not?
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Neuvillette. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to.
Well, he does seem like to be a stickler for the rules, so...
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Well, that means we're back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear.
I had a feeling. I'm telling you, there's something about, like, one, his voice, and like also how he conducted himself inside the courtroom as well. He seems to be a very by-the-book type of guy. And I mean, I've had him in my party as well, but, like, his voice lines don't really tell me much about him. I guess I should read the description of the character more, but yeah, he does seem like he goes by the rules. I'm sure he means well, but at the end of the day, like, sympathy doesn't get past him with the law. I kind of like characters like him, people that go by the rules. I know it's kind of like offlandish from me being a demon and all. Oh, he likes to break. Yeah, I do like to break rules. I don't really care about the nonsense, but I mean, I can respect this guy's passion for what he does. It's pretty cool. I like it.
If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Your father's case. Was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene?
that thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
The fact that people can be turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Oh. It should go well. We should go well. The idea's still fresh. You can go first. I'll join you later. I feel like that this is like a scene where, like, I'm going to have to go through a very long stream of events if I say I'm ready to go. And if I say I'm not ready to go, then, like, I have the option beforehand. But you know what? We're in it to the end, baby. Let's go.
Let's go then.
Let's go. We're in it to the end. We've got to finish this. Alright, go to Poisson. Le Poisson de Baguette or something. I don't know. Let's go. Oh, did I not get that, by the way, last time? This is their base. I think this is their base, right? Where am I? Oh, wait. I'm not anywhere close to where I was before. Oh, they teleport me across. I finally got my wish, guys. They teleport me across. Finally. Good grief. I'm telling you, man, just teleport me, bro. Because, like, these scenes, oh, I hate having to walk in between.
Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in a gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
I think I'm starting to get why you like it.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Touch the Millis on the ship. Alright, let's go. Is there anybody I need to talk to? Anybody I need to talk to? Because I'm aware now that I get items for talking to. Mind you, don't get hit. Okay, no, I'm not doing that voice. Tools aren't living people. They don't know what they're going through. How do you do? Oh, a youngster with manners. Looks like you aren't one of those blockhead Spina newbies. I work with the clumsy idiots that often to maintain a good temper. Of course, not my temper was ever good to begin with. May I ask who you are? Right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a technical advisor of Spina di Rosula. I might be old, but my hands and brain still work just fine. Now, don't let the headaches I get with greenhorns who keep breaking things fool you. I very much enjoy my work here at Spina. Back in the Fontaine research, I quit my job, and hardworking people will carry my crappy temper. As it turned out, a smart decision, otherwise you might have led my first bones to the bottom of the sea. These are different here. It doesn't matter if you're 80 or the ability and place to use it. How fortunate. Yes, perhaps it is fate that's telling me you're on the right path. As a former scientist, I have to say, this is all too abstract. In other words, the path in an orderly society should be one where the people's proper capabilities gain recognition. Oh, see? Teachings of Order 3. Let's go, man. See? I'm getting items, bro. That's crazy. Aren't those like the items that you get from like grinding dungeons? Yeah, I'm talking to everybody. Oh my god. Bring him on. I will sit through their dialogue. Just get my freebies, man. Because like this is the broke gang. Broke gangs. Where we at? All right. Where? I know there's someone else here. Where are they? You can't hide from me. I'm gonna exhaust your dialogue. Alright, give me the cabbage. My cabbages! Does anybody know that guy from Avatar? Man, that guy is hilarious. My cabbages. New batch of goods. I'll get the move. And don't forget the cabbages. By hatch you referred to. I was referring to a nice cornrow, more sonetto, information, yes. Don't listen to his cough trap as you should. Hey, where's the items? You owe me items. I had to sit through your dialogue and you gave me no items. That's crazy. Where's the items? Where's the items? Alright, cat. Where's the items? Don't give me that look. Alright, no pets for you. No pets for you, man. Alright. Let's go. Alright. Hi. Know the rules? What rules? Fresh fish. Okay. Porter near treats his customers. The questions equivalent amounts, of course. That's most Porter rules. Yeah. Come back what you're done, considering you live that long. You know the rules. A porter. Yes. No items. That's crazy. I'm taking your stock. Thank you. That 10,000 more will do me good, I'm sure. Now, let's go. Mellis on the ship. What are we doing? Oh, that's him. That's the Mellis. Oh, it's the old man. The guy that's like super strong, by the way.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Malus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could the mastermind be the same person?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous... As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. so he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So, they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Well, maybe your father got into an argument with Jacques, but it's also possible that a third person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
Oh no, we're not. Not after all this dialogue I've had to sit through. I mean, it's pretty juicy, I'm not gonna lie to you, but like, some of it is kind of dry. It's kind of dry. And we're gonna get to the end of this case. Even if it kills me. I am not ending the stream until I get to the end of the case. You understand?
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Maloose?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live. and the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict, but once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm
What a way to
afraid
go.
you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight?
Oh, come now. You already know that everyone is so cryptic in messages. And it's kind of like one of my pet peeves. I cannot stand cryptic messages. Just tell me how it is. Can you just tell me how it is? Just tell me how it is, man. Just be blunt. I know some people think it's like rude to be blunt, but like me, I want you to be as blunt as possible to me. Tell me exactly what it is. You know what? If you hate this, you tell me you hate this. Don't, I would prefer, if we did. No, just give it to me straight, please. Give it to me. I'm not going to be angry. Just give it to me straight. It's so much easier, man.
No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live. And somehow, that's what you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
What is this Confrérie?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
Or is he? You know, the greatest twist of all time would be that he, himself, has been the one that's been the spy all along. Well, I think it's quite unlikely, though, in a way. What is it, though? Is it unlikely? It could be him. I mean, he's the closest to her, and it's the one that you'd least expect, honestly. I don't know. In a lot of games that I play, this would be the situation, but who knows? Who knows? I don't sense anything from him at all. He doesn't seem like it. But the interesting thing is he's pointed us into like 3 different people. Why does he point us into those 3 different people? It could be to divert attention. Who knows? I don't know.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Callus's caseworkers 3 years ago, rainy night. Callus, gun in his hands, shot him and slain. Okay, Callus and Judge. Okay. Don't worry, I shall not rest. I shall not sleep until I solve this case. We will crack the case. Okay, let me not get cracked upon this boulder. That's not the plan. My goodness. The plot thickens. Or what's left of it.
It is settled then. Please excuse me and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh, she's onto something.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Let's not bother her for now, okay?
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Does that mean someone ordered Jacques to take out Callis?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah. Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Testimony from Jacques' family. Jacques' family believes that they had struggled greatly in order to deal with Callis. Did Callis act in self-defense, or was there more to the incident? Let's see.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't...
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
Oh, you sound pretty smug.
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a 3rd person there who was turned into water?
Very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a 3rd person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callis ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malouse told me a thing or 2. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callis's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callis the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callis, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callis's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today, no matter what others might say. He'll always be the man I respect the most, and he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
I kind of want to say that clears him of suspicion. At the same time, we don't know. He sounds very passionate about the boss, Mr. Callis. With information regarding Florent as an advisor at Spina di Rosula, claimed that he was grateful to Mr. Callis' kindness. He also was present at the banquet the day the case and can also provide evidence that Callis did not carry a gun with him. That's Mr. Flora. I don't even know who we are. Anyways, I gotta go back to Fontaine. And they did not teleport me. How very, very sad. I will go teleport myself, I guess. But I doubt... You know, it's also a question too, I kinda wonder. Is like, what's the deal with the Oratrice? You know, the machine? Because he didn't want to be with the machine. He didn't want to get judgment from the machine. So he went through like the challenge to prove his honor. Of course he lost, but and then there's like Lene and Lenny. They were also trying to investigate the machine. What's the deal with the machine? Because I mean, for like what I'm getting from like the previous cases, the machine, based on like the energy in the room or the vibes or what's being said, it can come up with a decision that, you know, decides whether or not you're guilty or not guilty. So I'm curious whether is that just a system, because they call it a machine, or is there something or someone in that thing that's making a choice? I don't know, man. I guess we'll see. And Mr. Callis, I thought he did the final fight also because his days were numbered, because it said that he had 5 more years left to live. So I thought he did that because he'd rather not live out his time in a jail cell, because he thought the Oratrice would probably, you know, throw him in the pokey? I don't know. I'm gonna shut up, man. I'm gonna shut up. Get to the story.
Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callis did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Lenny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to...
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Makes sense, I guess.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Gary is the person responsible for official contract between Spina de Rosula and guards. According to him, only sufficiently rich, privately owned large numbers guard marks. So he's clear too. Okay. I didn't really sense anything from him at all. I can't tell if he's telling the truth or not. Oh, I can't tell if he's lying at all. It doesn't seem like it. That one and the other one doesn't seem like they're lying. To me, so far. But yes. I thought that was kind of weird too. Like the Gardamex, or whatever you call them automatons? I'm gonna call them automatons. I'm not calling them Gardamex. I'm sorry. Those automatons, man, I'm sure those things cost a lot of money. And there was a lot of them there too. We busted up like a bunch of, well, I didn't bust them up, you know who killed them all. That's crazy. Who could possibly have that many? That's insane.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Oh, Sagini.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more, see if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Okay. Marcel, leader of the Confrérie de Cabrières, and was organizer of the banquet prior years ago. The Confrérie and Spina de Rosula have always maintained a close working relationship. Though his recollection of events his cases in foggy, he will defend Navia. Okay. Now what more is there left to go over? That one, he did seem a little bit awkward at the start of the conversation. I feel like he may be hiding something. Maybe. But, you know how this game is. Where they give me a whole bunch of nonsense and it doesn't mean anything in the end. Who's to say?
We've talked to all 3 suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Yeah, none of them really stood out as a suspect.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Jacques' motive.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If I was Jock, I wouldn't have fired at all.
Oh? And why is that?
Did he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Did he guarantee his family's safety?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed the entire thing.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Honestly, again, out of all 3 of these, the only one that would have the ability, technically, would be Thierry.
Thierry, you say? It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he—
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
And maybe it was someone else. Marcel.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Maybe it was someone else. Florent.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
I think. Oh boy. Let's see. What do I choose? Which of the 3 suspects most likely have committed the crime? I feel like this is another thing where they're like, oh no, none of them were, it's irrelevant or something. It's like, what? What do you mean? I swear, it's one more person, and I have a good feeling maybe that Melis guy he's down with like the business. He's doing the dirty. I don't know, man. I feel like maybe.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
But honestly, like I was saying before, that Marcel guy, out of all three of them that we spoke to so far, the first guy, he seemed pretty sure of himself. The second guy, he also seemed quite sure of himself. But the third guy, he's kind of awkward. For one, when we asked him about like what happened at the event in the past, he's like, "Oh, my memory's foggy. Oh, I don't know what's." Excuse me. The butler over there, he's older than you, and you're telling me you're foggy and you can't walk around. Yeah.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He is someone who's very close to you, after all.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The Synth production base.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Child? Eh?
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Let's split up.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
You can go for the Irenaeus, and I'll go to investigate that place. I mean, I'm confident in my combat abilities.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Leave it to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malus, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Suspect analysis. Combining the information regarding the guard mechs, and the investigation so far, it could be concluded that there is one person who can have a large amount of guard mechs in possession, and the synth business violent leaving a trace. This person is no other than Marcel. Well, yeah, I was saying, man, that last person, the Marcel guy, he could be the one. potentially, because he didn't really have much of an alibi, honestly. When you always spoke to him. Find the entrance to headquarters.
The synth production base is underwater.
Oh, brother.
Let's go and try to find the entrance.
I was never much of a fan of the underwater adventure. But hey, let's do this. Boy, this was fast.
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Well, obviously they don't want it to stand out, but I'm sure that what we find inside will be quite extraordinary.
Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
It's only been like 5 minutes. Oh my god.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
That child guy, man, I'm telling you, he's pretty cool, man. I think, like, out of, like, most of the characters I've seen, yeah, he's, like, one of the cool guys, man. Wanting to pick a fight. It's something that Goku would do for sure.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man. Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default. Correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway. So I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
3 years ago, every night. Missing evidence was true. Suspect analysis. Card max. That is irrelevant. That is irrelevant.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières!
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
At the same time, a shocked and confused Marcel is brought to the stands.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières.
Yes.
During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Alright, begin refutation. The banquet. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula. Yes. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. According to the investigations, Callus had the motive to kill. Murdered Jacques for his betrayal. Justified loopholes. Callus did not carry a gun with him when he went out. But... According to Gardamex, this investigation can be concluded. Jacques' family did believe he strode railway.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin.
Scene of the crime. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect Callus holding a gun while his acquaintance Jacques lay dead of a gunshot wound. Based on the investigations done, there was no possibility that anyone had done the deed and escaped. Callus was adjudged to have been the culprit. After conducting a reinvestigation, Callus did not bring a gun with him. Moreover, details in the case point towards the existence of a third person on the scene. Yes, that's true. But I think this has to do with the murder of seawater. But it doesn't matter because that doesn't apply here. This person's no other Marcel. Gardamex. No.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
Reconstruction of events. Guards' investigation did not recover firearms at the scene. As a result, the first shot must have missed Jacques' life.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Successful refutation.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
Well, it's that, or she's, because I'm not here, she's not trying to, put up much of a fight. Who knows?
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
We're on to something.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing.
What is all that clinking? That's in the game for sure. Is that the Oratrice movie?
In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, Who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah, well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson.
Hmm?
Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Oh, but it looked like you heard of him to me. I gotta say.
I was waiting for you to say that.
After a little while, we were at the entrance of the synth production base. Oh my god. You could have at least went in to do this for me. Aye, aye, aye. Okay, I guess I gotta walk around. Let's go. Oh. Oh, never mind about walking. Oh my goodness. Already set up. Door of Resurrection. Oh. Okay, it's time to fight. Finally. Oh my god. It's been... We are on almost 4 hours. I haven't got a chance to fight anything just yet. Let's go.
Shine down! Drop your weapons! Torn to oblivion!
It's time to obliviate. Oh, you're dead already? That better not be all the fighting. Oh, good.
The floor is going up.
It is time to obliviate.
That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
What now?
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Of course, I can't use my glider in here. I think that's like the general rule of like dungeons, right? You can't use your glider. Even though that makes 0 sense, by the way. How do I get through? Ooh. Is this the mechanism? Do I have to... Is there a way in? Here? I don't think I can go across that. Okay. How do I open this? Where's the hands? Can't seem to hit this at all. Is this it here? No? How about here? No, that's not it. Okay. Oh, I go on the water, right? Let me down. I was gonna die. I don't... Actually, I do know why. There was a game that I recently played. And in that game, whenever I touch water, I die. So I was thinking that was the same situation. Now, how do I do this, by the way? Okay, it's E, right? There we go. There we go. I know it's crazy, dying to water. It's quite the experience.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top.
Oh god, I'm getting Sonic Adventure 2 PTSD. Did anyone ever played Sonic Adventure 2? That game, at the end, the final one, what's it called?
Illusion shattered.
In that game, the final quest with like Team Dark and Team Sonic, or whatever, there's like this scene where you had to play as Rouge, and in that scene, that underwater nonsense is crazy, man. I've never forgot that in my entire life. That one scene, man. Going through there, back in the day, there was no guides at all. So like, when you played that game, you had to go around and look for the way. And I spent an entire 2 hours trying to find out how to get to the next part. And I almost considered giving up. Oh man. Back in the day, man. Game so hard. There was no YouTube. Well, I mean, there was YouTube, but I mean, I don't think people were making guides on like how to play it.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
But yay for me. This is not that Sonic game. This is not that game. Alright, let me down. Oh, brother. I thought I had to do some kind of weird platforming. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. 'Cause I would have messed it up for sure. I'm horrible. Go platform.
Let's light it up! Final warning! Lightning flash! Thunderclap!
Oh, I still have my charge.
Everybody stand back! You asked! Now you shall perish!
I have a stronger party for this, but I'm going to use this one because I want the Traveler involved. I switch out, oh, I can finally use my glider. If I switch out, the Traveler for Kujo Sara, this will be a lot easier.
After all, though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navia as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia.
Alright, look for clues in the depths.
What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
And there's a name too.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
They probably belong to the victims.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? And then they were turned into water. And And all the boxes of things. These names. That means... Oh, this is terrible.
Missing person possessions. You discovered objects within the labeled containers, names that who owned them within the depths of the HQ. These names here must have something to do with the victims at several disappearance cases. Final stop. Okay.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Alright, stay back, Paimon. Let the big man do it.
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
Yes. Goal of the researcher. To save his lover, a woman called Visionaire, was dissolved.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here. Vache.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No. He is the researcher.
Ah, you mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Yep, and he signed off a bunch of experiment reports. The voice I heard at the fountain was probably a Visionaire.
So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
There must be more that meets the eye here.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Vache's experimental record. 16 aims to verify. Experiment was failure. Yes. Okay. What else we got here? Examine bottles.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
There are a lot here.
Mixing in progress, ready to drink, stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa, there's even fruit-flavored synth?
Well, this definitely proves that this is where they produced the synth.
Yep, it's super obvious.
Synth. A popular potion circulating quite widely. It gives the drinker a very pleasant experience for a short time, but its side effects are equally strong. Okay. What else we got here? I got that already. I got that already. The only question is, where's this Vache at? Because he's not here, for sure.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
Probably are related to his Jacques case.
Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Well, is there anything else?
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
They planned this well in advance.
They're all just so evil.
Callus's investigation report. Clues concerning Callus' case were found in the bookshelf. The mastermind did not believe Jock is dead, or that he would do the deed, and thus send a third party to deal with Callus's death. Next. Is there anything else for me to investigate? I think I got everything, right?
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water!
That must be the water from the primordial sea.
That means this is where they make all the synth! And that special water is the main ingredient! If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Primordial seawater, found in the HQ.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on, but...
Who really is this Vache?
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Pretty clever, but maybe not clever enough. Let's look again.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either. You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure.
After some time,
Ugh, nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
I wouldn't look for snacks in here. You might, but Paimon, look, I found it.
Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so
Take a look
sweet,
at this
too.
page. She made a list of
Paimon
baby
feels
names.
even worse for her now. So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son?
Looks like I figured it out. Let's go, Paimon.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
Here's notebook. In the end, she settled on Marcel. After taking the final piece of evidence, we race back to the opera as Epicles?
And whose
I don't know.
image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
You say that you never heard the name Vache.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vacher.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vacher!
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vinier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved, no matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vinier. I promise. We made a promise. Vinier. Vinier! Please, Vinier. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
You've proceeds to review and compiled evidence
The
in
man
a
now known
records.
as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vinier. During an underwater expedition, Vinier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vinier back to life.
This is the part that I don't understand. Forgive me for interrupting. Why is he kidnapping young women, per se? for the research. Is he saying that, like, Fontanians, right? Because, like, that's what I heard. Is Fontanians, whenever they touch the water, they become, you know, dissolved. But the thing is, though, is it just women when they touch the water? Because I don't think it's just women, because, like, the guard guy, he died when he got touched by the water as well. So why did he only kidnap young women? That's very fascinating. Did he do it because, like, he feels like they're weaker or something? I can't, man.
To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all.
But there's still one question I have, is how did the guard get dissolved into water? Did he do it to himself? I don't know, man.
The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher.
I still have unanswered questions. And I guess we finally won, huh?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people, and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Navia.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with—
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
Well, not quite. You didn't get your chance to fight. Maybe you want to fight me. Well, we actually already fought in the Gold House, so, I mean, yeah.
Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to, so if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle.
All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What?
What?
Hey!
That's what I said,
That's
Paimon.
not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
I'll declared guilty by the Oratrice. So what is going on here?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
I don't think this is gonna go well.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
He's using that technique in here? Last time he used it, destroyed the place.
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
What a boss. Monsieur Novelette, eh?
Monsieur Novelette? What's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
If even the Chief Justice doesn't know, then we have no choice but to ask the Archon herself.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either! Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap?
Oh my, I've seen this kind of act before.
Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable! All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict.
Let's reflect on the moan at the end.
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
I need to pull the rug out from under her.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Well, still, there's no way to, do him like that. You gotta have some evidence to back it up. I'm surprised no one, came up in an uproar and was like, well, what's the truth, ma'am? What did you see? They didn't even give any reason towards that.
Oh, Monsieur Nervalet! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
Yep, that's pretty true, honestly. I say if you hold a position of, high power, you should have power to go with it. And unfortunately, here in the human realm, a lot of the individuals that are holding a high position don't really have any power at all. They just have the smarts. I mean, not just power, don't get me wrong, but I feel like you should have some power to go along with it, if you know what I mean. I don't care if you're carrying some heat with you. Carry a gun or something, I don't care. Just be useful. Hold high positions of power,
what are you
not
doing?
be
Quick, stop him.
Strong.
Traveler!
Oh.
Hey, Traveler!
Yes.
What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher? I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Well, if you must know, yes, I met her.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
It was actually around the same time I found out about Lucine. Something to do with my sensitivity to the Hydra element.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
I say, why not? He's gonna rot away in prison anyway. Or get killed himself. We'll see.
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
You know what they say? Because, like, I know whenever people get, quote-unquote, the death penalty, don't they get to have, like, one final meal? I say here, this is pretty much the end of his life. Might as well give him this at
This
least.
request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans, will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your request.
New Valette. Just what is he exactly?
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Huh? What was that? What did that say? I'm going back in the stream VOD after this to see what that was. Something just went across the screen and said failed or something. I don't know what that was. Okay. Bring him to the mountain plaza. Can I go to the map? Can I teleport? Okay, good. I don't want to walk. I really don't want to walk. I'm so lazy, man. So lazy. I had to walk again, I swear. Offer. Let me get my rewards. Didn't miss out. I won't miss out. Alright. Now. BJ. And this is the spot, right? Pilgrimage. Night Wardens. Veterans. But. Wait, what? What happened to the mission? What happened to the mission? Where'd it go? Ida Sanctuary for Greenville reason. Your investigation did not bear much fruit, but as a new suspect is hauled, first question involved is involved in other quests. Please visit to check. Huh? The long-failed Griff adversarial technology. Areas occupied by that quest. What is that? I had to do this quest first? Oh my god. Well, we've been robbed, boys. Girls. We've been robbed. We've been robbed at the final ending. I cannot go to this because the quest location is currently involved in other quests. And the one that we have to do is the long-failed graph adversarial technology. I gotta clear this. Oh my god. 4.5 hours of grinding. Dialogue nonsense. And I cannot finish it because this quest needs to be done, which I'm assuming is going to probably take an hour. It'll probably take an hour to get through. Is this how this always works? It's going to probably take me an hour to get through it. But at the very least, I did the job, guys. I did the job. I got through the case, and that's what I said that I wanted to do. I wanted to solve the missing persons case, and I solved it today. I did it. Yes, sir. Me. We did it, actually. We solved the case. If anyone's still here, we solved the case. We did it. And it's finally the end. Oh, I got a mission. Wait, let me see. What did I get? What did I get? Thank you. Thank you. My well-deserved 1 intertwined fate, my well-deserved hero wit, my well-deserved sanctifying essence, and my well-deserved mystic enchantment. Thank you. Thank you. It is very well-deserved. We've sat through like hours of dialogue. It is well-deserved, and I cannot wish for anything. I cannot wish upon a star. I cannot wish upon anything else. But I can get one of these. And you know what? You know what? I feel like that you are here to give me the power. Maybe I can finally pull Farina's weapon. Let us pray. Let us pray. Let's do this. Maybe I can get in a single. Let's see. Okay, we did not get it on the first one. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, we did not get it on the second one. We still got a little bit more. Let's go. Let's go. We did not get it on the third one. It's okay. That's okay. We still got one more. And we did not get it on the... Okay. Countless hours of grinding only to get... Wait, we still got one more. We still got one more. We still got one. Wait. This is the one. This is the one, boys. This is the one. This is for all the marbles. That is not the one. That is not the one. That's not the one. That's not the one. I hate to say it, but that is not the one. Oh my god. Yeah, this is why originally with this game, I was thinking about doing the entire series as like videos, but like no, I couldn't, man. This game, look, it's taking like 5 hours. How could I ever shrink this down into like a short video for people to see? This is impossible. I mean, I think like at that situation, you probably had to put like 2 times speed to get through it all, because who has 5 hours to watch it all in a day? There's no way. Oh man, but we have finally... Oh, I'm gonna get these, by the way. I have a feeling that I'm gonna need these for something. I don't know what. I'm gonna grab these. But I'm finally glad that I got through this case trial, because I remember back in the day when I stopped playing the game, it was because of this court trial, and I was like, oh my god, I have to sit through all this. Oh. Because again, like back in the day, I was after the grind, man. I was trying to get like the characters up, and I was like, I'm getting the next area unlocked. I'm getting it unlocked. I don't give 2 shites over what's going on. I'm getting them leveled. But now, I am here in the future, and well, I'm more receptive to the story. What's up, Doggo? I'm more receptive to the story. I actually am curious to see what's going on, and maybe, if there's enough, you know, enough drive for me to restart and go through the game again, I might do it, and I won't have any problem doing it with the Traveler. I would love to beat the game with the Traveler. That would be so cool. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. This has been going on for long enough. If you're still here, thank you so much for watching. It's been a long way without you, my friend, but I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. That's till next time. But yes, if today's your birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you have a great day, great evening, great night. And I will certainly be seeing you next time. Next time we'll be playing something else. But I do plan on playing this again. You know what? In fact, we're going to play it next week. Next week, again. We're going to have a session. We're going to do it. But anyways, take care. Have a good day, great evening, great night. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye.